Right, back for more cast. Let's go. Today I want to fix the hygiene again, I guess. So we have made this example yesterday where we have the loop that iterates over a generator that is yielding things. This for value in generator is done using a library, a standard library, right? This syntax is implemented in the standard library using macros. Over here, so the loop is expanding to this code, and when the loop expands to this code, we are trying to like do things. And whenever I break out of the loop, I get this value, and then I return the value as the result of the loop. But this doesn't compile correctly currently, even although the code kind of works. Like this. This last piece of info is incorrect. I think that I might make a simpler example. So we have this example, macro hygiene, right? This is I guess this example is too simple and it does not test the incorrect thing. Macro hygiene. So like this does what it's supposed to do, but I guess let's copy this and say macro hygiene. I don't know. Maybe I just expand this example. Let's try something here. Const like function in macro is macro. Let's say that function in macro is a macro that is generating a function, right? So this is going to return function x, which is int 32 into int 32, like I don't know, x plus x, you know, like something like that. So then I will say that let's double is function in macro, right? So it's a function defined inside a macro. And then if I try to print double 2, this is supposed to print 4, but it is actually printing 4. Okay. So there is something else then here, right? There is something else. Function in macro works. Let's call this test. Macro. How do I make a minified example? stdlib. This specifically here is using pattern matching inside a macro, right? Yeah. So let's use pattern matching, I guess. Maybe. What if I say here? Let y be x, and then I say y plus y. Does that work? It works. Okay. Like pattern matching is not much different. I guess. Okay, let's say that y is match x value into value plus doesn't work for int32 and int32. I think I got it. Because plus obviously works for int32 and int32. Привет, what's the task for today? Здорово. I'm trying to fix the hygiene of the macros. I have done it, but it is not done correctly, I think. I'm trying to like come up with an example right now which shows the incorrect behavior, and this definitely is not correct behavior here. This is supposed to work, right? Let me do here dbgy. Yeah, okay, there you go. So here's the thing, right? I have a function. Maybe I think I can like make it easier. I guess I can do it without a function, maybe. So x is 2 here. I guess you can ignore the first hi, hello, hi name named. That's the first part of this test. So x is 2 of type int32, but y is binding value of type int32, and that makes no sense, right? That makes no sense, right? Right. It does make no sense. So let's try minimize this further. Can I say let x of type int32 is match 1, 2, 3? So I'm just using pattern matching. Maybe like the problem is just with pattern matching, but I think that it's more general issue that I have here. And I just do like, I just return x. I mean, we can just like do this. We can just say match 1, 2, 3 of int32. And then we just return the value, right? This probably needs to be inside a bracket. Cannot finish parsing match. What? So the value at 29, 2010. Oh, over here, okay. Wait, what? Does that work? This works. Wait, no, this does not work. Let's go to REPL. Match 1, 2, 3 x into x. Okay. Number literal type could not be inferred. 1, 2, 3 is 30 int 32. This cannot do it. If it parentheses. Or unfinished parsing match expected a value. So why is that the problem? X. Can finish parsing match expected a value. I have a problem with syntax apparently too. Where's my match? Match is here. Match value and branches. Expected a value. Yeah. And value is inside parentheses. Supposed to work. I think. But when I have parentheses, it's no longer doing it properly. Uh, like it's not even like trying to do anything, right? Match. With these. I don't want to debug syntax right now. I guess I will have to. That works, right? It does not work. It literally, like, it's not even like trying to parse these opening brackets for some reason. Could not finish parsing match expected a value. Would not finish. Cannot finish. Cannot finish. This does this thing here. Parsing. Format possible continuation. Expected a value. Yes, I am expecting a value. All right, fine. Let's say Rust log is trace. Just REPL. Right. How are we doing today? Oh, I found a bug apparently in the syntax. Something match x. Here. Let's see what went wrong when I did match x. Match x. Okay, so here we go. This is the actual thing. We're starting to read an expression with outer binding power to be none. Trying to read one more node with already parsed is none. Start reading. 1. We are continuing with keyword match. So we start with parse the keyword match. We're trying to read a value to continue with. Current binding power is binding power with priority 13. Associativity left. Raster is too complicated. Better write cast in cast. That's the plan. I agree. I agree that Rust is a little bit too complicated. So we're trying to get there, but the cast is not ready yet, you know. Also, hello, 10x programmer, nice name. Like right now, I have a problem with my syntax apparently. Continue with keyword match. Starting to read expression. Okay. Try to read one more node. We'll already parse this none. Okay, start to read. No progress was made. Returning start value back. Nothing was parsed. Did not read a value. Stopping. So it can, so like, okay, I am right now in before this opening bracket. I'm trying to read a thing. My current binding power is 13. With associativity left, why can it not? Let's introduce more logs in the parser. If the goals have hosting, why not writing boot versions? Something like Python. Python is a lot more difficult language than Rust. I would not never write any complex software should not be written in Python. That's a horrible idea, in my opinion. Python is a trash language which is very hard to maintain. I'd rather write Rust, even though Rust is not very optimal language either. It still is the best language out of those that exist. Okay, I'm a Python hater. Python is only easy when you're writing easy program, which has like 10 lines of code. Then it's maybe easy. When you're writing a thing which has, let's see, how much do I have right now? I have like 10,000 lines of code, right? 8,000. Okay. It's not like that much code, right? But still. I think anything that's more than like, I don't know, 100 lines of code of Python is already too complicated for that language. Let's see, read one. Yeah, start reading one. How about I show peak here? Tracing, trace. Or rather, if start value is none, and I see the peak. Okay. If syntax keyword don't contain simple value. You tried Go recently, and this works good for bigger programs, but language is a bit too boring. I mean, yeah, Go is better than Python for sure, but even then, like, I would not write Go either. It's kind of like the same logic there. It's just, like, not as bad as Python, I guess. So I have loops. How about this? Over here, I have peak, right? Tracing, trace. Peak is raw. Go is the future of programming. Sure, sure. Last log is trace. It's a lot of logs. All right, let's see. Match X. All right. Peak. So over here, I'm peaking at an opening bracket, right? I'm peaking at an opening bracket. I'm trying to read a value to continue with. Oh, it's because I can continue the current one. Oh, okay, I see. I think I understand why. Okay, we have this thing in inner continuation keywords. I actually have a problem in my syntax parsing then. Ixos, hello, hello. Engine pricing using it a lot. The Twitch leak has mostly Go code. Yeah, I mean, like whatever enterprise is using doesn't mean that it's a good language. It means that it's a good language for earning money, sure. That's different from being an actually good language. Um, what I want is inner continuation keywords. This thing. Since we just opened their parent, we reset binding power and continuation keywords. All depends on the use case. There is no one good language. Yeah, I'm gonna make one. But yeah, there is no good language. Yes, if the use case is to earn money, then I guess Go is the go-to language, or Python. I don't know, whichever one is more popular. Python, JavaScript, Go, I guess. Java. I don't know. All waiting for kast and Jai. Yeah. Is there like an ETA on Jai? No. Is there like a public documentation so that I can at least like look at what it is? Has interesting features like running code at compile time, like Lisp macros. That's literally what I have here. We have compile time. It's I guess like one of the recent languages that is actually like usable is Zig that has the same feature. So we have the same stuff. Yeah. Compile time evaluation. Compiler is an interpreter basically. I right now don't have a compiler that compiles down to native code. All I have is an interpreter, but eventually we'll compile down to native code too. Mainstream language catching up to Lisp. Yeah, I mean, you cannot call it a mainstream language until it becomes mainstream, right? You think Jai is going to actually be mainstream? I mean, Jai has like potential, right? Because John Blow. Kast probably does not have a lot of potential because Kuviman, no one knows who that is, right? Which means that we need to make the language that's better than Jai to have a chance, right? You mean Zig became mainstream? Yeah, I guess Zig is becoming mainstream, but I don't know. Zig is still like I don't know. That one feature, the being comp time, is not enough for me to use that language. I want a lot of other features to be in the language. Zig does not have a good type system, for example, but like Rust has, right? That's why I'm using Rust here and not Zig to make my language. Even though Rust does not have compile time evaluation. I mean, we have like procedural macros which can generate code and stuff like that, but that's different. No compile time reflection, I guess. BBC Basic is the best language. Never tried it, so I don't know. Maybe it is. I will not argue with that. So here's the thing that is happening. Here's the thing that's happening. Because when I'm parsing syntax, I say that they're like I have a partially like done syntax, right? Like over here, I have a match, right? I have a match, and then after match, I expect to have some value, and then I expect an opening bracket, basically, right? So since I'm expecting an opening bracket here, I'm trying to parse a value, and the value should not start with an opening bracket. That's my issue right now. Why do I have that? Why do I have that? At all? What if I get rid of this? I don't remember why, but like there was a reason. We have this thing. It's called continuation keywords. This is continuing to parse something that we are already parsing. So I'm literally saying that the thing that I'm parsing right now should not start with any continuation keywords. Value cannot start with that. If something, I mean, let's try getting rid of this line. Just don't do that, right? Let's see what's going to not work. Because I think something is not going to work. There you go. I cannot finish parsing impl expected as, right? stdlib 84. Let's see what's wrong. stdlib 84. I probably like just need to change that logic a little bit. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I cannot finish parsing impl. So I have the syntax which says impl like value as type to be equal to like some implementation basically, right? So this is a keyword, right? This is a keyword, and this is a keyword. This value and type, this can be like anything else, any other expression, right? But since I'm parsing the value here, while parsing this, I also have another syntax which says just value as type, which is like the casting operator, right? So what happens here is I have parsed this as that, so I cannot continue like parsing the impl like syntactic construct, because then it expects the as here. So like this as is like in a different place. Maybe it's a problem with priorities though. Let's see if I can fix priorities. Like I treat the keywords and like opening brackets, closing brackets as like the same thing. Everything is just a keyword, or including like the the punctuation, including the brackets. So like I want to treat everything the same way. So this value should not be parsed as another expression, which is called as, right? So because of that, I have the as being used over here. So as you can see, this has higher priority. So this is the definition of a syntax in the language. We have extensible syntax in the language. So this is the standard library syntax. This defines the syntax for the casting operation, which is left associative with priority 20. Because this priority is 20, it has higher priority than the implementation of the casting operation, right? Which means that this value can be like parsed. So like this as keyword is going to go inside this value instead of like this thing. That's why I had this like continuation stuff, but I'm like wondering if I can do something else here. I mean, maybe I can like just change this. Let's just change this to have priority of 400, for example. Let's see if the standard library is going to be is going to be parsed then. Impl syntax expected equal. I don't know, like I guess it should have the same priority as the casting then, kind of, maybe 20. Maybe somewhere around 20. Let's see, 20, 21. Does that work? Impl syntax. So now we have the stdlib 5. stdlib 5. So now we have this. And this cannot be parsed at... So I have parsed until the equals, and then this cannot be parsed. Okay. I see. Yeah, I have like the priority issues here. Okay, let's keep the priorities as they were before. How else would I change the thing? The lower number, the stronger the binding. The lower number, the higher number, the stronger the binding power, I guess, right? Like if you have the easiest example is the math operators, I guess, right? So the binary plus operator is priority 25 and binary multiplication is priority 40. So the multiplication binds stronger than the addition, right? Extensible syntax sounds like it could be a problem. You cannot mix different code easily if they define incompatible syntax. You can, because syntax, you can use different syntax in different files, kind of thing. You know, you need to be explicit about what syntax you use. If that makes sense. But also, like, it's supposed to be like the like it I don't know. It's similar to like it's a powerful feature that can be a problem indeed. If it is like overused, just like any other feature can be overused, like I don't know, operator overloading in other languages can be overused. So a lot of like languages like Zig, for example, right? They don't allow you to overload operators, but I think that's an important feature. Even although it can be overused. Everything can be overused. Like unsafe in Rust can be overused. Just use unsafe everywhere and make static mutable variables, and then just write your code as like, I don't know. Yeah, it is per file. You can opt out of the standard library syntax and define your own syntax for like everything, basically. Yeah. I also have like this example, even like local syntax. It's not only per file. It's actually per scope. In this example, we define syntax, call the first thing, and then call the second thing, right? So I say call hello and world, right? So this is calling function hello, which is printing hello, and then it's calling function world, which is printing the world, right? And then inside this scope, it works like that. Inside this scope, it calls 2 and then it calls 1. So the wait, hold on, does this even work? I think I never tested this. I mean, I don't have this in tests. Let's have this in a test. Hold on. I think this was supposed to be named, because if it is unnamed here, then like it's not going to work. Let me try this right now. Examples, local syntax, and I need to undo the thing that I did here, uncomment that stuff. Unsafe everywhere would make Rust very easy. Yeah, I think that's like the opposite of being easy. Yeah, okay, this actually does not work. Okay, let's fix this example then, so that I can show it to you. So this has like unnamed things, but I can also like name the values inside like the syntax definition. So this is like first, I don't know, A, and then this is B, and in this case it's like B first and then A second. And then this macro that is expanding the syntax is supposed to take these by names, like this. Okay, there you go. So so here's how this code works, right? This says call hello and world. So call hello and world, this is a syntax defined over here, right? Syntax is left associative operator syntax with priority of 20. It says call, and then so like hello in this case is bound to A and world is bound to B. Right, and then we call this macro while evaluating the macro. Like macro is just a function that operates on ASTs at compilation time, right? So it's calling A and then it's calling B, right? So in this case, A is hello and B is world, which means that I'm printing hello and then I'm printing world. And in this case, B, because it's like between the call and end, hello is B and world is A, which means that I'm printing world and then I'm printing hello, and that's the output, right? Hello world and then world hello. Like, that's like the simple example. So it's not per file. We have scope local syntax if you want to. Let me commit this. I probably should add a test. Let's also add a test for this one. Example. Let's see. Test local syntax. Local syntax. I'm going to test the output. We have named scopes. I think like basically we made it yesterday where we can unwind to like the named scope. Unwinding block creates a named scope which I can return to without like executing the rest of the scope, I guess. Is there any other reason to have a named scope other than like break out of the scope, which is unwinding? Hello world, world hello. That's the expected output here. This is blow the mind of the average programmers. So this is supposed to be like the it's supposed to be a feature for like advanced programmers. Like sometimes you want a custom syntax, it makes your life easier, but like I don't know, it's not going to be the first feature that you explain when showing the language to other people, I guess. Like the fact that Lisp has macros doesn't mean that you like should like, I don't know. That's not like the first thing that you learn when you're learning Lisp, right? Wait, hold on, I already had test local syntax. Wait, wait, hold on, guys, I had a test and it was testing for incorrect output. No way. Okay, there you go. Where's Dev Ninja? Like C++ templates. Yeah. I guess. Okay. That's why you have to have tests for your tests? Yeah. That's why. Alright, this and this. Fix local syntax example. Alright. Let's see what I can do about the problem that I have right now, though. So the problem is that when I say match, this thing cannot be wrapped in parentheses for some reason. I can ignore this issue. So like right now, I have this thing where the match can be written with both curly brackets and round brackets. If I remove this definition, which allows for round brackets to happen, then the value would be able to have like the round brackets inside, and I'm not going to have this issue, but it's going to like come up again at some point. I just don't want to like think about it right now, so I think this is what I'm going to do, unless I'm using the round bracket syntax in some places. stdlib 1332, stdlib 132. Yeah, I am using like over here, match with round brackets. What are you using to use mathematical parsing in match? For example, what do you mean mathematical parsing? For the sake of parsing AST, I treat everything as expression, so technically everything is similar to math parsing. Everything is an expression for AST. Yeah. If that makes sense. How about I just special case it? I already am special casing the brackets. Is parent. So we just opened a parent. We reset is open parent. Yeah, there you go. Is open parent. That's what we have. Current node is open parent. Okay. Continuation keywords. Inner continuation keywords is new, and this is the current continuation keywords plus the things that I can continue with. Keyword. There you go. How about I do this? I will say to do maybe is hack. If keyword is an open bracket. How am I like even initializing this? With power is open bracket. Edge is open bracket. Edge is open bracket. That's what I do. Public function is open bracket. Is open bracket keyword. Is Blur a new video while the update? Yeah, it's not the new update. It just I updated my configuration so that I have the blur and I have like the semi-transparent things, like the telescope is semi-transparent now. Also, when I'm inside like a long function over here, you can see my context currently, right? This also is like semi-transparent with a blur. I'm not sure if I like it too much, but it's nice. Also, I enabled the ligatures, which I did not have enabled before. So like this is now a ligature. See the arrow? Can't operate with anything semi-transparent because ADHD gets too distracted by it. Yeah, I think like it's kind of like hard to see here because like I have like two texts at the same time. I think I might disable this or at least like make it like less transparent because like I'm trying to read the code here and then, like this is like getting in my way. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like it, but like I just tried enabling it. If is open bracket. If syntax is open bracket keyword. Actually, hold on. If edge is open bracket, just make this public. Okay. If edge is open bracket, continue. There you go. Do maybe is a hack. Okay. This might be working now. Also, like the ligatures work like weirdly in the integrated terminal, I guess, for this progress bar of cargo. Okay, so since I enabled that, maybe I can now uncomment this and have my match syntax with both curly and round brackets. Maybe this will still work. All right. I'm being distracted by the syntax issue, but the actual thing that I wanted to fix today is the hygiene of the macros. Again. stdlib 132. 132. Would not finish. Cargo test release no default features. I have a feeling that there is a problem right now. That the tests were actually working. No, they are not working. Context is not available. Just travel. Cannot finish parsing. Match underscore at steadily 132. Body result. Oh. Oh, so now I know another problem. Now there is another problem. I think. I think I might need to change this to like curly brackets. So here's the thing, right? Match inside like the argument that I'm matching, I should support match like calling function f with argument x, right? For my function calls, I don't require brackets right now, so this is how it would work, right? But how do I like distinguish between a matching on function called with argument x and argument called with argument x, which is like inside parentheses, right? So I think right now this is being parsed as like this is a call to body result with this being the argument. Problems keep on probleming. Yeah. No, I don't know how did I not have this issue before. Let me just use the curly brackets then. Fine. Did video just stop for you only? What video? The stream? Okay, let's comment that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cargo test. Okay. Macro hygiene is not working. Okay, so this one is not working now, which is fine. We can test it now, right? Just run examples. Macro hygiene. Okay. Expected in 32 got not inferred into not inferred. Okay, we wanted a function. Macro hygiene, while compiling, line 25. Over here, okay. Double. 2. Yeah, because this should just be like, I don't know. So I guess we just dbg test. There we go. Okay, here we go. We have a problem here with hygiene. So this now works, and like the reason we were distracted is because I was trying to do this 1 2 3 of type int 32. This should now just work, right? Okay, that works. So all I can do is make a macro like that, right? So yeah, you see the problem. Let's actually make it a separate example. Fine. Match in macro. Match in macro. Here's the example that I want to test, right? So we have a macro test, and inside the macro, I'm trying to match and bind it to a new like thing, right? Obviously, this is just like matching everything, and the result of this match should just be 1 2 3, right? But it is not showing that. Match in macro, right? It's showing binding value, and that is not correct. If I make this code, although directly, I guess I need to do that then, right? Then it's showing 1 2 3. If I do this by invoking a macro, then it's showing binding. But this should also just say 1 2 3, right? Okay, so that's the actual problem that I need to fix. Wait, hold on. Test variant types has failed too. This example doesn't wrap of error. Okay. Let's just run examples. Maybe it's because I'm matching with brackets here. There probably variant types here. Yeah, because this match should have curly brackets now. Fine, fine, fine. And over here too. Okay, nice. Variant tapes. This can be discarded. Not sure if I need that anymore, actually. But sure. Only allow curly brackets in match. Sure. Okay, now we have match in macro that we need to fix. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Since we want our macros to be hygienic, this means that all the new identifiers that are declared inside the macro should be invisible to the output, right? So we do that by capturing current scope when I'm constructing the AST with quotation. This quote means quote AST, right? I think it's time that I change my the way I'm doing variables at all. So right now we have scopes. We have scopes, right? And scopes have like the local variables which are identified by a string, right? So if I want to know what the value of a variable is, and to know its name, right? But that is supposed to only be like imported at compilation time. At runtime, I should get them by like IDs or something, because we can have like multiple variables with the same name, but like there are like still different identifiers. But if you do want to generate bindings like new structs, well, then we will be able to choose, right? Right now, I don't allow you to choose it, but there's going to be like a similar API to Rust, right? Have you read the docs of Sin, where if you create a new identifier in your code, it's going to be like similar to this thing, right? When you generate a new identifier, you need to provide a span. So it's either a call site or it is a definition site. Do you understand the difference? So that is the difference. How is this identifier being resolved depends, like there's like two different variants basically, right? Right now I don't have like the API to like overwrite it, and everything is like going to be on definition side. But I don't know, maybe we can have like a new syntax that does that, because I am already having that, right? Here is what we have: compiler, right? When I'm compiling, AST is AST with AST data. So to AST data, I am having the span information and hygiene information. In Rust, the hygiene information is stored inside a span for some reason. But yeah, there you go. So hygiene is either like definition side or call side. And in case it's definition side, it means that it's like basically capturing the scope at the definition site. So it's like able to refer to symbols there. Right? Which is why I'm having this scope here. That's the captured scope. Yep. So when I'm compiling an identifier, right? When I'm compiling an identifier, I'm getting name with this hygiene, right? So I'm getting this by name, right? I'm getting this by name. But when I get binding, I should technically get it by ID. I think. Get with hygiene is called twice. Alright, you know what? I'm actually going to disable this transparency thing. Let's... I think I can just, like, update my files and then it's going to do it automatically. Let's see. cd nix files. New vim. To transparency. Window blend. This one. So I'm currently saying that it's like 70%. What if I say that it's like 90%? Right? Let's say 95%. So it's like barely and at all. Make pop-ups less transparent in them. See if this just works. I think it should. It should be just updated. Point. Because Nix is slow. But what I'm going to do here is I should have like two different things. I should have get by name, right? And I should get by ID in the current scopes. Get by name. Can do it. Okay, so we'll have get by ID self ID option value self scope get impl. Okay, so get impl is going to have ID. Let's see here. Okay, it has been updated. Let's see if it is. Do I see the difference? I'm not sure if I see the difference. Maybe I should actually reload then. Okay, fine, let's reload. Set win blend 95. Win blend is 100. Wait, is that not the thing that is configuring it? Hold on, set win blend is 0. Oh no, it's okay. It's supposed to be like less than this, right? Let's see what I want. So this is completely not transparent. Set win blend is 30. Is that good enough? Maybe I want it even lower than that. Maybe let's have 10. I don't know. It's like barely visible, but it is kind of there in the background. I think that's fine. 10. And okay. Okay, so get impl should have either name or value, basically, right? So when I'm looking for something in a scope, I'm looking either by a name or a value, right? So let's have this enum look up either by name, which is a string, or by ID, right? Something like that. So get impl would be name, I don't know, look up, right? So let's implement std fmt display for lookup, match self, name, right, name, if it's ID, right, f ID, ID. ID does not implement display. Sure, let's implement display for ID. std fmt display for ID, right, f, I don't know, self 0. Get no weight. Is this being used? Get no weight. This is being used. When I have a binding. When I'm substituting bindings. Okay. So scope. Get no weight. Look up. Name. Look up. Alright, fine. Let's make this public. Get by ID is going to be lookup D. Lookup scope. Get by name, lookup name. Arguments to this method are incorrect. Get no weight. Lookup. Okay. We're looking for lookup in this scope. Okay. We found not found. Continue searching. And get impl lookup. Okay, so here's the thing. Get lookup. Right? That's what we want. Locals. So locals is going to be no longer a hash map. We are going to have, instead of this, I'm going to have a struct locals, right? In which I'm going to have it by name, right? So by name is well, I guess I should have like something like ID by name, maybe. It's going to be a hash map from string into ID, and then by ID is just a hash map from ID into value, right? So we have like these two maps. So if I want to get it by name, I would need to get the ID, and then I get it by ID, right? Impl locals, right, default, function new, default locals is not an iterator. So we need to have a get and we need to have insert. Insert name. Insert, this must be name then, right? We have names, which is like a combination of like name and ID already. I'm already generating these. Right? So this is just binding name. All right, let's see here. So function insert name value. This is going to be self ID by name, insert name raw, name ID, and then self by ID, insert name ID value, right? So that's like simple. And then we have function get by lookup. Option value. To get a reference here, I guess I do, right? There's going to be like match. Okay, let ID is match lookup. If it's so, if I already have ID, then it is the ID. If I have the name, then it's going to be self ID by name get name question mark, right? And then I say self by ID get I guess this one should be the reference. You look like this guy. The guy from Vikings. Do I? I don't know. I think Rust should throw a warning if method doesn't use self. Like if there is, I mean, if it has self as an argument but it doesn't use it over there, like unused, it's like unused, it's like an unused variable, right? I think I agree. How do you self new? It's like, yeah, an unused variable. Like you already have warnings for unused variables, right? But this is like a keyword, so like it doesn't do that. Natsu, hello, hello. Use of moved value lookup. All right, lookup. Derive, copy, clone. All functions are just methods of the global scope. Indeed. Okay, scope locals is not an iterator. How about this? How about this? locals. We need to implement into iterator for locals. Actually, let's just have the function iterator because that's easier. Simple iterator item is. Wait, but I need to like. Like I'm not storing the names, but what I want is have like a name, which is a combination of strings and IDs. Then, right? Name value. Should you just have the list of names here? I think I might just need to have a list of names here. Might do like the order too, or something. I think would be nice to preserve the order, kind of. How about I say Alright, anyway. Now. Yes. No. Let's have binary tree map here. So that I iterate with order. I'll do this for now. Self ID by name. Iterate app. Name ID. Let value be self by ID. ID. Okay, let's do self by ID. Get ID unwrap, which is the same thing, but let's just do that. And say and I say this, which is name. No. Names. Fine. Names. It's is going to store the names there. I think I want to preserve the insertion order though when I'm iterating over like the fields of stuff. Or I'm iterating over the scope. I don't know. Do that. Self names. Name. So then I will give you a reference to name, right? That value is okay. Let ID be self ID by name. Get this is get by ID, and then I return name and value, right? That's what you want. So instead of locals, we say locals.iterate. Fine. No method contains. If name contains s. Okay, autocomplete. This is for autocompletion. Name raw, I guess, contains. Sure, completion candidate is name raw to owned. Sure. Okay, also, I forgot that when I'm inserting, Now I should say self names, insert name, name. Literally insert the name. Okay. Okay. Add local. Add local should be added by name. This should be just name. And then this here, macro use. Should these all be like new identifiers now? I guess. Maybe name new. Name. Mismatched. Add local std. Name new std. Add local name. So this is when I'm using namespace. Name new. Might be wrong. Wait, this is when I'm evaluating. Yeah, this is when I'm evaluating. Doesn't it mean that like the tuple fields should have names? Maybe not. Like I like identifiable. I see the issue with the use keyword that I'm going to have, I think. But let's just get there. Insert pattern matches. So when I'm matching, this is binding names, okay. Insert name is value into scope. We just have binding name. Do we implement display for it? No, we don't. Let's implement display for name. I'm just going to write f self name. Maybe. Scope insert name value. Insert local. Wait, hold on. There's add local and then there's insert local. You guys know that I have two things. Oh, this one is inside the interpreter and this one is inside the kast. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's like I'm forwarding. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay. They're just like called differently for some reason. You heard everyone? He has two things. Wrong. Insert local. Inject bindings. Name clone, I guess. Tone. It's just the same thing, right? No, this one says scope inserter. Insert. but shouldn't this be just self-interpreter insert local name value? Because I mean, and then that one is going into the scope. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's the same thing. Or syntax definition, definition name, name new. I'm going through source code right now. Apparently, it's been 81 commits since you made that PR about not letting parser parse more syntax definitions. You still want that? Maybe I should have just merged it as is back then. I don't know. Did I request something? I don't remember anymore. Scope locals is private. Inspect locals. Public. Switch types. Self-interpreter. Insert local. So this should be just kast dot add local. Name new. Test. Module. Well, I mean, if I'm making the cast as library, then adding locals should be like by strings maybe. I don't know. Name. That work? Pub user name. Why it's inside the intermediate representation? No idea. So let's skip it there. It's fine. Just add local name value REPL cast name new name is file stem. Okay, that's when I'm doing the REPL. It's not going to work. Wait. Cargo test. Is all the tests still working? All the tests are still working. Okay, so I did not break anything yet, in addition to what was broken. At least. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and so, but this is still incorrect. And why is that still incorrect? It's because I don't know. Get binding. So get binding, this thing is wrong. It should not get it by name. When I have the binding already, this should self interpreter get by ID binding name ID. I think that's what I'm supposed to do here. Wait. I think that's all that I need to do actually. Maybe. Maybe it's all going to be horribly broken again. F is not found. Okay. All right. Let's see. We are evaluating binding name graph here in stdlib 17. All right. Now nothing works, right? So we cannot go into the REPL. No, okay, hold on. I can go into the REPL, huh? std print hello Okay. Cargo test. So some things are going to be broken, but not all. I thought I would not even be able to evaluate STD. But I mean, most of the things don't work. All right. Let's see. Now test should pass, it fails. Now test should fail, it passes. Yeah. Just rebel. Wait, hold on. So what does not work? What does actually not work? Just run examples, match in macro. Let's see here. F is not found. So I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to call 7 examples, match macro, this thing, right? Line 7, this thing. I'm trying to call dbg. Okay. I guess I'm trying to call dbg. And that's what is not working. I'm evaluating stdlib52, which is the implementation of dbg, right? And over here, I'm having a pipe. I think this pipe is what is not working, actually. Maybe. Nuclear rock fuel. Hello. Yeah, we have a website describing the language, but the website is not very, I mean, I want to update it, I guess. Say to explain it better there. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Do you think 200 pesos would be enough to explain your language? I think the language is actually simple. No, like let's compare language to something like Rust. You know, in Rust you have like these very like specialized features, such as associated types, or I don't know, like I don't know. I feel like the language is actually simple. I don't know what I want to say though. Hold on. I don't know. Like is it hard to understand Zig's comp time? Because I don't think I think it's like really is intuitive, right? Like 200 pages would not be enough to explain how the language works under the hood, probably, right? But in order to use the language, you don't need to understand like this, right? You just do it. You know, like in Rust, you need to you need to have like procedural macros or like declarative macros, and and then there's like const evaluation, which is like has its own rules, right? But if you could just evaluate any code at compile time, like that just gets rid of a lot of complexity, actually. No. Function types, templates, bindings, AST, intermediate representation. The compiler itself is treated as value, bringing absolute power. Mr. Kuviman. Yeah, that's the sure. That's yeah. I think we will change that though, but that is true. We have absolute power in the language. Yeah, explaining implementation, but the implementation, like I don't know, like do you need to explain implementation? I don't think like you need to explain implementation. Try explaining Rust implementation. Try explaining, I don't know, like there is a lot of languages that are like easy. Even Zig, right? Zig says that it's a simple language, but like the implementation is probably not that simple. They have like lazy comp time. Haskell is another example of a simple language technically. I don't know. implementing languages is like just a different topic. So far, I have only documented the implementation. I kind of documented the implementation of the AST parser over here. I don't know if this is written well or something, but I was like trying to like just write this so that I understand it myself better. Maybe this is some existing parser like LR parser or something like that. I have no idea because I have not looked at other implementations, but you can read how the AST parsing works here. Brainfuck is also simple, which leads to complicated problems. Well, like this is a different it's a different thing, you know. Like is brainfuck like brainfuck is as simple in terms of like understanding all its keywords, right? Is implementation of brainfuck simple? Probably. Like I mean, in comparison to other things. Like I mean like implementation simplicity, learning simplicity, and usage simplicity are like all different things, right? I guess technically the language is not like that simple compared to others, but like what I want to focus is the focus of like writing programs, like simplicity of writing programs, not simplicity of like learning or simplicity of implementation. Brainfuck is known to have one of the smallest compilers. Is it smaller than like a Lisp? I don't know. Usually the smallest things that they show is a Lisp. What are we doing? So let's see. std print hello, right? But if I do std print hello with a pipe like this, then it's going to say that this is not found. Okay. While evaluating binding name at stdlib17. stdlib 17. So now I am inside the macro. This introduces a new binding, which is supposed to be binding that is local to this macro, kind of. Right? You can have lots of implementations of the same language, which all might work differently under the hood if a language is compiled or interpreted. It's totally up to the implementation. Yeah. I know. Are we? What are we arguing about? Okay, I need to change something, right? Add local. Add local is being used over here, over here, over here. No. Maybe I should take a look at the interpreter at the evaluation of the expression let, right? So we're doing pattern match. When I'm doing pattern match, I'm inserting the matches, and in order to insert the match, I'm inserting name clone. Okay. So I already have the names there. All right. Let's do info here maybe. Std print hello. So insert f is built-in macro. Field access. This is my my argument, right? std_print. std_print is the argument to the macro, which is why I'm inserting this into the scope of the macro. Okay. And then argument is hello. Okay. This is the scope of a macro. And then I'm inserting f, being binding f. When I'm compiling the body of the macro, which is weird that it's even happening here. Oh no, hold on. Okay, I'm inserting into scope 287. Insert argument hello. Scope 287. And then 288 is a new scope. No. Wait, what? No. Maybe I should take a look at when I'm creating new names. What did I do previously? I think it like depends on something like the hygiene. Let's take a look at where am I using this. Get it with hygiene. So this is where like I only have the name without the ID, right? Then I need the hygiene of the name. Yeah, that makes sense. Insert pattern matches. So this is wrong. This is wrong. Yeah. This is wrong. Insert pattern matches. I should not look at this at the hygiene anymore. This should always be the interpreter scope. This should always be interpreter scope. Scope is always interpreter scope. That was incorrect. I'm pretty sure. Okay, but now we expect st.ast into not inferred. std_lib, std_print I expected ast into not inferred. Okay, so this breaks something. But why? It's because I'm inserting pattern matches at compilation time when I'm injecting bindings, right? Yeah. Injecting bindings of a pattern. Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, kind of. I don't know how to explain this, and like because I don't know how to explain it, that's the problem. Like I don't understand how it's working myself. So when I'm having this this macro here, right? I say in let argument be argument. This over here, this symbol becomes a new name. Becomes a new name. During compilation, I should insert that name. So like during compilation, this name should be known. That's what we like. That's what it means. I'm treating like bindings as values because at compilation time, the value of the argument variable is basically unknown. Like I'm saying that the argument is a runtime value when I'm compiling this code, right? That's what it means, that the value of this at compile time is going to be a binding. That's what I'm doing. So like when I'm seeing a pattern in code, I am saying that the value of that, like of every binding inside a pattern, is equal to like a fake value, which is like the binding, you know, if that makes any sense. That's what I'm doing, right? So so the question is um the question is into which scope do I need to insert it? So like at runtime, it's going to be like just inserted into the normal scope with like into normal evaluation scope, but now not by name, but by its ID, I guess. Right? But at compilation time, it should be inserted into this scope, still in the scope where the code is defined, right? So into the captured scope, right? So I guess insert pattern matches behavior should be like different if I'm compiling or interpreting. Does that make any sense? I don't know, maybe. Maybe. Compiling. Boolean. So I say scope is if compiling, if not compiling, then interpreter scope, else this. Can I flip this? Can I flip this? Not. It's a little weird. Pattern match. False. And in the compiler, I will say true. So maybe like it should be like a separate like thing here. Yeah, maybe. So this is just used in two places, right? When I'm doing the pattern matching and I'm injecting the bindings, which are doing the fake bindings. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just say over here. Mm. I know. I'll call this like goal or something. Good enough. Let's see if this works. Well, I mean, I don't have any problem at std library at least yet. Sd print. Hello. Sd print with a pipe. Hello. It works. It works. Wait, hold on. Have I solved my issues? Let's see. Just okay. Let's run the tests. There's no way this is all. Right, guys, if it's all working, the thing that is remaining to do here is to understand the code. Mutual recursion doesn't work. Okay, why does mutual recursion not work? Everything works except for mutual recursion for some reason. It says that depth is not found. Well, that makes no sense. Well, I'm evaluating. Mutual recursion line 8. So wait, hold on. So over here depth is not found, but over here it is found. So I know that the depth is less than 3, right? And then over here it says that it's not found anymore. dbg depth. Now line 6. Okay, is it dbg for some reason? Let's say just run examples mutual recursion. So I have compiled code. I'm inside F. Golfsco, hello. And it says mutual recursion at 11, 816 is not found over here. So this code has been evaluated. I know that the depth is less than 3, which required me evaluating the depth and knowing what it is. But over here, it didn't work. Not found. Binding not found. Maybe I should like show everything that is like currently in scope then. Get binding. We just get it by ID. Let's try this error message here. Not found. If self interpreter get a name, finding name raw. Get no weight. Does the interpreter iterate over the AST for the execution? No. So like we have a compiler and we have an interpreter. Compiler is converting AST into intermediate representation, and an interpreter is working on the so this expression. This is intermediate representation already, which is not AST. That makes sense, right? It's my own custom intermediate representation, which is like when I'm going to get to do an actual compiler, is going to be like converted into the intermediate representation of some other like backend. So that's why, even though I only have the interpreter, we still have like compiler, right? If this is some tracing error, finding name exists by different ID. Let's try that. Maybe I'm generating the name something. It exists by different ID. So like I have the depth in the current scope. I have the depth in the current scope and the current evaluation scope, but by different ID. Which means that I am like creating the same name with a different ID somewhere. Let's try a simpler example than this mutual recursion. Let's have it without mutual recursion, just REPL. So we go basically let f be depth And then I say that, like, you know, if depth is less than 3, then dbg depth, right? Can I do that? dbg not found. No, okay, dbg. Okay, so f2 in 32. This is less than 3, so this worked, right? This worked. Is it because this is done inside the recursive scope? Maybe this is not working. That might be the case, actually. Dot f to 3 and 32. No, that works. Does not matter. Let's copy this. Let's copy this. Let's have a smaller stuff, like without the G, right? I remove the G here, and it's actually working. Wait, hold on. So you are saying that this only works, that this only breaks with mutual recursion, actually? Depth. Let's try to minify this. What if I still have G? Okay, like I still have G like defined, right? Is it because I'm having like the same name? If I say this is depth 2, then it's working. Okay. So you are saying, okay, let's try then different thing. Let's try it without recursiveness. This. Just say F. That works. Maybe just a scope. Without recursiveness. That works. What if I do this? Dot F. F. Can I do that? Not implemented. Lazy inferent field access type. Let's say the depth is of type int 32. I think that's what it cannot infer, right? Dot F. Int 32 and unit. Inferring, lazy inferring. Huh? Alright, well, I guess it's something is not implemented here. So it's a recursive scope. Okay, fine. Let's take a look at the recursive scope and what's not working here. Or maybe like let's first do example, which like what I was trying. Match in a macro. Okay, so this works now. Actually works. Okay. And then examples macro hygiene also is correct, right? So like literally all the tests are working except for mutual recursion, which means that the recursive scopes are broken, right? So recursive scopes are broken. Okay, let's figure it out. It fails to evaluate, not to compile. When I'm evaluating. Compiler. Interpreter. Recursive. Never heard about mutual recursion? I'm pretty sure you heard about this. Have you never called a function from inside another function, and then the original function was called from like that function? Have you like you know about recursion in general, right? Where you like write a function like a Fibonacci which calls into itself. So like it's just when it's not like just one function that calls into itself, but we go through a loop basically of functions. So the difference is that in order for this to work, you see how like f is defined, and then f inside its definition uses function g, and function g is defined like after function f is defined. So that's like why it's a little bit different, I guess, right? Because you need to like compile the body of this function like after like you have this, and the body of this is like also needs to be like, I don't know, like it's, yeah. Did Kubi realize that one of his tests had the wrong expected output, so it was passing all this time? It was actually wrong. Yeah, that's what happened. I told you, Dev Ninja, 10 tests don't prevent you from logic bugs. All right. You say types don't prevent logic bugs. I say tests don't prevent logic bugs. Basically, nothing prevents logic bugs. No, you told me that tests, the types don't prevent logic bugs. But like, it's literally the same. If you encode correct logic into your types, it's the same as like doing correct logic in the tests. But types are better than tests. What I'm saying. Stoyman, hello, Stroyman. Down, 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 down. Do, 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 do. How do I debug this issue though? Can I have a simpler example? Let's have a try to have a simple example. So this does not need to be actually recursive, right? Yes, this does not need to be recursive. What if I call function f with 0 instead of 2 here? Just run test. Okay, so this is not necessary. It's not found, okay. So if I say that this is not recursive, but I just say this, then this works. But with the recursive scope, it does not work. But like, wait, what? Did my average viewership for Kubiman dip once the factorial break was finally over? I don't know. I think it's about the same. I think it depends on what I'm doing on stream. I don't know. We can take a look. Twitch tracker. Twitch tracker will open. It depends. If I was doing Zig, I think my highest viewership was when I was doing Zig or something like that. But I don't want to do Zig. I don't know. Can I get like the last 3 months? Is this showing the last 3 months? No. Can I have the graph over the last 3 months? This is April 2024. November. I don't know. Statistics. Oh, there you go. Last 30 days. I mean, it's more than last 30 days, right? Our users is green. I don't know. It's the same amount. I don't know. Year 2024. This is the factorial break, right? Over here. I don't know. What was I doing before? Was this all also kast? I don't think so, right? I was doing something else, maybe. This is in April. What happened in April? Ludum there, maybe? Premium LD jam streams are on equipment, yeah. Yeah, I guess like they were also like in like in September also, yeah. I don't know. The people come during like the Ludum there to for me to play their game, but I guess that's they didn't really stay much. But that's fine. They just like, how do you compare statistics then properly? Anyway, it's not that it matters. I think that it's like basically the same on average. It's maybe like very slowly like growing. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to measure that thing. On these small numbers, I guess. Already have a good amount of viewers for tech streams? Yeah, I think so. Like, I mean, compared to like the streams that were like 2 years ago when I had like 1 viewer, like 30 viewers is like amazing. Sure, yeah. Yeah, like if I wanted to grow the channel, I need to do like other things. I need to like do the hype. I don't know. What's the currently like most hyped thing in tech? Is the Zig hype still going, or is it over? Recursive scope. Why does it like change stuff? Why does it change stuff? Let me try doing this. Even easier. So depth is a string. Okay. And also like this. If depth is less than 3, this works, right? This works. Do I need to GBD depth? Let's continue. This is depth 2. It seems like I'm inserting this into the incorrect scope. I have a bug somewhere where like this is injecting it into the incorrect scope. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, what? No. 30,000 point redeemed to get in the bathtub. I don't know. I think the bathtub meta is also over. No, is it still going? Isn't the I don't know. There was also like this like NPC meta. where like you pay to like just do some like NPC action, right? Is that thing still going? I don't know. What if I remove the if depth? What if I just dbg? Still does not work. Okay, amazing. Print f I, right? Nice. I think I know why. Do I know why? Yeah, I know why. I actually know why the recursive scope is breaking things. I think I understand it. So here's the thing, right? So since this is a recursive scope, when I'm trying to compile the function body of f here, I'm trying to see what is print, right? I'm trying to see what is print. And print is something that is defined in the global scope, outside of this scope. But what if print was defined here, right? Then I would need to wait for it, similarly to how I wait for G for mutual recursion, right? So because of this, I'm waiting for this scope to be closed to continue compiling this function after print in order to know what print is. So I'm waiting for it. And the compiling of the depth token happens after I have waited for that, basically. All right, does that make sense? And that also is the reason why if depth is equal to like something, why this still is like compiling. So evaluating this like happens successfully, because when I'm compiling this token, I have not looked up in any other token that is potentially requires waiting for the recursive scope. Okay. That makes sense now. Okay. Now the question is, so the reason then is that the depth over here is being injected into the incorrect scope. When I'm like continuing forward here, I'm compiling this, and this depth is being injected in the incorrect scope. And when I'm like I'm closing that scope, right? I'm trying to compile. I'm like, after this scope recursive is closed, I know that print. I know where print comes from, and then I'm trying to compile depth, and that now corresponds to this depth and not to that depth. Okay. Yo, Batman. Hello. So it is because when I'm doing inject bindings, I am injecting bindings. I'm injecting bindings. I'm inserting them into the definition site, because that's like the default, right? Please activate Linux. Please give me money so that I can buy a license. It's expensive, you know? Can't afford it. I'm broke. All I'm doing is streaming. I'm not working. I'm not earning money. Definition site. So I'm pinning ASTs. Like this. Okay, I think I understand. I think I understand, kind of. Maybe. So I have this AST pinning, right? Because if an identifier requires to be like to refer to the definition site, which is like basically the default. That's all I'm doing right now. Then I need to figure out the definition site at some point, right? And I am doing that. Bigorly. Hello. Hello, Bigorly.
Naruto doesn't have a hello. Hello, CEO. You wanted to see me?
Hi. Hi. Hmm. So I think the problem is that when I have an AST and I'm pinning it, I think this is wrong. The pinning of ASTs. Right? So basically I'm saying that the definitions, so like I'm trying to figure out the definition side of every single like identifier, right? So it's trying to like capture the scope, but it's basically capturing the scope of the entire thing. Of every identifier inside the AST. Like at the same time, which is wrong, right? Let's take a look at a little bit at the Rust implementation again. Rust. I don't know. Where do we even look at the implementation of the hygiene of the Rust macros? Rust. Maybe some other language that I should be looking at. I don't know. Compiler. AST. Rust C-span. Rust C-span. They have the hygiene over here. Look at this. Machinery for hygienic macros, inspired by this. Macros that work together. Definition contexts. Okay, let's see. Struct, syntax, context, data. Outer expand. Parent. Outer transparency. Opaque. Opaque and semi-transparent. Dollar crate name. Name of the crate to which the crate in this context would resolve? This doesn't help me. Does it? So syntax context that is like a okay, so the AST, or I guess like the rusty span, right? We store, so they store. Where is the span? Span encoding, span encoding. A compressed span. Span data is 16 bytes, which is too big to stick everywhere. Span only takes up 8 bytes. Span. Low or index. Length with tag or marker. Context or parent or marker. Context. Bow. Bow. Span data. Syntax context. They like encode something into bytes, I guess, here. That's why they call it span encoding. Compressed span. Span data. Span data is here. Struct span data. Span data has a text range. Okay. So I just say that my spans are technically just span ranges, and the syntax context of the span is a different thing. Type substitution, lifetime substitutions, target module, source scope, same self-type, target addition. Oof. Okay, I think I should not look at this source code. It's too difficult. I can figure it out myself here. Maybe. In AST. So the problem is that I am pinning the symbols to the scope, which is bound. To where the AST is constructed, and that is wrong, right? Because I can have like nested scopes inside my AST. So so this LST value has captured something, yeah. And then this EST is pinned to that, to the new scope, where parent is the captured scope. Okay. This is wrong. Works for simple cases, but not with nested scopes, I guess. How do I change this? So I need to like figure out the scope to which every single identifier belongs to, right? So it's either a call site or the definition site. In order to know the definition site and to know the scope of the definition site, right? Okay, I think I should have a definition site and call site like this without storing it inside ASD. Does that make sense? Maybe let me try doing that. That would be easier if I could make just this work. So get with hygiene. Is the problem, right? But and that only being used when I'm compiling. So yeah, I should get by name in this scope. So I should But how do I know what the definition site is if I don't store it? So I think we need to have like two scopes, basically. I think we need to have two scopes, right? And this should be self with scope. Definition size scope should be like passed around. Something. Maybe I just give it definition scope being a scope. I mean, it's an optional one because like the definition scope only exists if I am trying to like compile constructed AST, I think. So this is the scope of the construction of the AST, of the current AST that I'm compiling. No, but that does not make sense because like I can have inside an AST a part that is like being interpolated that comes from a different AST with a different thing. I don't think I can do that. Get back. I should probably like commit the things that I did with just IDs for now, even although it breaks something, right? Get by ID. The problem is like, when do I try to figure out what the definition site is? That is the problem, right? When do I want to like figure it out? let's say that I am making an AST like this, you know, let x be 1 to 3, right? So this is my AST. This x should only be visible to the inside of this, like, to the of this AST at all, right? So if I compile this AST into code and then try to see x, that's not supposed to work, right? Wait, why does this even work? Because I'm inside the REPL, maybe? What if I do this inside a scope? Compile AST, x be 1 to 3, x. Yeah, this says x is not found. Okay. It's a little bit weird inside the REPL, I guess. Because this x is a different x. That's fine, but if I say that... So if I have an inner scope here, that's where it becomes a problem, right? Yeah, that's where it becomes a problem. Kind of. Let's say this, let x is 1 to 3, and then I say inside a nested scope, I will say let x be 4, 5, 6, and then I say std dbg x. It does not even compile here. Yes, kast VM has GC. I'm using reference counting currently. In the end, we are supposed to have ownership system like in Rust, kind of similar to Rust with a borrow checker and everything. So the GC is going to be optional and reference counting, but I'm not there yet. So the reason this does not compile is because, so like here's what happens at compilation time, right? We see over here, let x be 1 to 3, right? So I need to like let the compiler know that x exists now, right? So I can refer to it. But the problem is that I am I'm pinning the AST, which means that the definition side of this symbol is the scope of this entire AST right now. That's where the bug comes from, right? So then when I say this, let x be 4, 5, 6, this is also inside the same like quoted AST. So I'm assigning it into the same scope. And then when I'm trying to like do this here, when I'm compiling this, I'm only seeing like this inner one, which corresponds to like the different one. So like the evaluation and compilation have different like refer to different like X symbols, which is why I have a bug here. The intermediate representation is some sort of bytecode? No, it's, I mean, I don't know. What's the definition of bytecode? I don't know. Intermediate representation is something like this. You have I don't know. You have a let binding. It's like similar to I don't know. It's the intermediate representation is similar to an AST kind of, but like without like all the syntax macros and stuff. It has the type inference data. It's not pseudo assembly. I'm not doing a low level intermediate representation. It's a high level intermediate representation. It's not assembly. It's like so in Rust they call it the mir, I guess. Rust MIR, a medium level intermediate representation. Maybe there's like, so, oh no, hold on, they call it HIR, right? So like before going to LLVM intermediate representation, before we're there, wait, is this like the actual colors of this website? Is unreadable. On, off. It's not because of the dark reader. The color choice is weird. Anyway, so like Rust goes from Rust source, so then it's parsing and desugaring, goes into the high level intermediate representation with type check-ins, goes into the medium level intermediate representation, then it's going into the LLVM intermediate representation, right? So like if we compare that to kast, then we go from Rust source. So like in kast it goes like source, and then it goes into AST, and then it goes into intermediate representation, and then it's being like evaluated by the interpreter, right? I don't go and compile further down right now. My interpreter works on like the interpretation. I don't know where, like, which one is this, low level, medium level, or high level. I guess like they have like this arrow here with type checking, but my interpretation already has the type information, so I guess it's more like the mirror in Rust. It's not optimized, for example. I guess borrow checking. I mean, borrow checking is also going to happen. Like Rust, it has like these stages. I guess I'm trying to get rid of stages, kind of. So like all of this is going to be like kind of the same before like I go to the actual backend to produce like machine code. I don't know. The source into AST can also be influenced by the source. Yeah. But but technically like source into AST and AST into interpretation representation are still split, but like compiling and interpreting, those things happen like at the same time. Like I don't know if it's worth it to like do some compile time magic to like do some to like influence the parsing with something that's defined in the language. I don't know. Bytecode means that you compile for a fictional processor. Okay, so yeah, I'm not compiling for a fictional processor. I have a high level interpreter, which is like, it's not a processor, right? So I guess it's not bytecode. I don't know, like a JavaScript virtual Java virtual machine is also bytecode, right? But it's not a fictional processor there. It's not really low level operations, I think, there. And .NET either. I don't know. Unless like we can like try to define what a processor is, because like JVM processor can handle like is having like garbage collection inside. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I guess I hope I explained enough of how kast works, right? So it makes sense. I mean, I can show you like what my intermediate representation is. It's basically like all the constructs that you are expecting to see in the language without like any connection to the like a match statement, right? That's just a node in the intermediate representation. I'm not like compiling it into something lower level here. Even although I could. Never knew about this, just turned into different programming streams. But did you ever look at OCaml? Yes. They support AST transformation as part of the compilation process. They call it like PPX rewrite rules. This project that I'm working on right now was originally written in OCaml, so yeah. But I never got into the PPX stuff, and yeah. But I think it's kind of similar to, as far as I understand, it's kind of similar to Rust's procedural macros, but it's operating on ASTs instead of on just tokens. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't look too deep. What we have in kast is more like Lisp macros, which I think is different from OCaml. Lisp macros is the king. Yeah, so like we have the power of Lisp macros, but without like parenthesized syntax. Basically. And right now I'm trying to solve the hygiene problem of the macros. That's what I'm doing right now. Do they have the problem in Lisp? Lisp macro hygiene. Hygienic macro. Yeah, like when they talk about scheme, when you talk about hygienic macros. Scheme's macros are hygienic. Lisp's macros are, however, much easier to handle. So they are like different. Should I look at scheme then? Maybe. With hygienic, Lisp macros, however, are much easier to handle. The hygiene problem can be solved by using gensim for local identifiers. So like in Lisp, you like do the gensim. To solve the hygiene problem on an academic level, you have to use gensims for all references generated by the macro, including all function symbols. Lisp macros don't bother doing this because the Lisp separation provides adequate hygiene. Programs which choose to lexically shadow standard functions like const or list as in the function namespace are considered to be a stick in a fork, a proverbial toaster, so that is not handled. I won't work as well in scheme because the mere presence of a variable call list in the user's code would interfere with the list function call generated by a macro. Is the code a data structure of the language itself then? Well, I mean, okay, so we have a parser, all right? We have a parser which is converting the code into something that is similar to a Lisp. The only difference between Lisp and our language is that in Lisp you have just lists, which is like a list of values without names. In our AST, let me show you here. So here's my AST, right? When I say like 2 plus 2, right? This is binary operator plus, where left hand side is 2 and right hand side is 2. In Lisp, you would just write something like plus 2 2, right? But I give names to every single thing in the list, so it's more like not a list processing language, but a hash table processing language, where I say like the name of this node, like the name of this node is like operator binary plus, and then like the name here of the left hand side argument to this is this, and this is that. I could do it just like with normal list expressions, but I think having names is better, which is like useful when I'm defining new syntax, right? Like when I'm defining something like I don't know, a function definition, right? So a function definition has this is the syntax for the function definition, right? So this is going to be converted into like a node in the AST, which has the argument field being a different AST, right? The result type being a different AST, and context being a different AST, and stuff like that. The thing that sets Lisp macros apart from anything else is that Lisp programs is also Lisp data, which is why their macros are so powerful. Well, I mean, yeah, Lisp programs are Lisp data, but Lisp program is the AST basically, which is just a list of lists. In my case, the AST is not a list of lists, but like a table of tables or something like that. But technically, it's not much different. So we have like the we can have code as data in the form of an AST value, which is technically the same as like the thing. It's just not lists, right? But it's not much different. Simple asterisk kast has no virtual machine. I don't know. The answer to what? The answer to the question, do we have a virtual machine? We have an interpreter. Like, is Python's interpreter a virtual machine of the Python runtime? Because Python also technically has bytecode, right? That you can compile into. You call that a virtual machine? I mean, I don't know, like the virtual machine that can run your, I don't know, WebAssembly is also just the interpreter for the WebAssembly. I have the interpreter for my own format. Python, kast uses Python? No, kast does not use Python. I'm just like trying to like understand your question. What are you trying to ask? Virtual machine. What is a virtual machine? Like an interpreter is a virtual machine, right? Any interpreter is a virtual machine. No? Just the kast executable holds the state of my KS script. Kast is a virtual machine? I mean... Alright, and now I'm lost. What was I doing? We're trying to solve the hygiene issue. Would have said scheme is a Lisp but different from common Lisp. Yeah. Yeah. So so the hygiene, and how do they solve it? Is there like an example of how they do the hygiene in the Lisp? So like when you're writing common Lisp, you need to like do the what was it called? Like the you need to have a gensim, a Lisp a gensim. What does gensim do in Lisp? So gensim is like similarly to what I'm doing when I'm constructing a new name, I guess, right? Which is generating a new ID. ID means like the symbol, basically. A new one. Unique and uninterned symbols. Create a unique symbol. The symbol is also not interned in a package. So how do you use it? When you define a macro, double it, right? So let new identifier gensim. So new identifier is a new generated symbol, right? And then we use that new identifier. So the comma. So this quote is the same as we do in kast for quoting like ASTs, for quoting code to like convert the code into a value, right? And then this is called unquote. So I use a $sign for that, basically, which like, yeah. That kind of makes sense. Can you send a kast program to a computer with another architecture? without sending source. Right now, no. I'm not even I am not even able to serialize my intermediate representation right now. Intermediate representation is just like being stored in memory, and I cannot even write it to a file yet. Maybe eventually, like this is possible to do, I guess, and then I will be able to like send it to another machine to evaluate the code using like the already like compiled, I guess, like code without sending the source code directly. Yeah, that would be possible. But then it still needs to have like the interpreter for that intermediate representation, right? Or virtual machine, whatever you call it. If I wanted to compile to a native executable, then that would require me creating a new backend for this thing, which is planned, but it's not there yet. The first backend that I'm going to work on is going to be JavaScript, because I'm interested in making code work in the browser. To make like simple browser games, maybe. And also another backend that I'm planning is going to be the GLSL, the OpenGL shading language. So I'm going to try to compile that too. That's not going to happen very soon. The most the thing that's going to happen relatively soon is the advent of code, and I'm going to try to actually use that language to do something, to solve some real problems, I guess. If you can call those real, the problems that they give you on the advent of code. It starts on December the 1st. So GenSim, right? But obviously, so here's what they are saying. Here's what they're saying. Here's what they're saying. Instead of making hygienic macros, we can do that. We can do that. Instead of having macro hygiene, let's look at this. So over here, you see how I'm saying let hello be hello, right? But what I can do this here, because my macros are just the functions that are evaluated at compile time, I can make this function to be something like this. So I will say let hello be gensim, right? I can call it the same thing. I generate a new symbol. This is a hello, and then I will like need to unquote it. That would be like the alternative of the Lisp. This is actually really easily doable. So this is similar to like in Rust when you're writing procedural macros. You do like scene identifier new at like definition site, right? Like it's like kind of the same thing. But I think this is a little bit too verbose, which is why we want like the hygiene like in Scheme. So how does Scheme do it differently? All right, let's see. Scheme macro hygiene. They preserve the lexical scoping of all identifiers and prevent accidental capture. Yeah, that's what we want. I don't know. Can I look at, like, is their implementation of this simple? Yang is already developing faster than Kast because it has a package manager. Package manager is going to be like similar to Zig's build system. It's going to be part of the standard library. It's not the outside tool. So I will get to that when the language is like, when it makes sense to like, I don't know, do that. That makes any sense. Wait, why do you have a package manager already though? Did you parse your AST already? Because I thought last time I checked you said you were implementing parser, no? And writing tests for it. Does it mean that all the tests have been written and they are succeeding? How to implement hygienic macros. To implement hygienic macros, a programming language typically uses a mechanism where identifiers with a macro expansion are automatically assigned unique names based on their lexical scope, preventing accidental capture of variables from the surrounding code, effectively maintaining the intended variable bindings within the expanded macro code. Yes, I mean I understand what we want to get to do, but how? You get the Lexer but no parser. Oh, you get the Lexer but no parser, but you also have the package manager? No way. I want to include as many edge cases as I can when it comes to compilation/targets. The last time Intercoder was here and asked that Rust question, he designed the syntax. It's tests for the tests. True, because I did not have to test for my tests, and my tests were like passing, and even although they were incorrect. So yeah, like you see how over here, this macro and this macro are literally the same, but the name here comes from the outside, right? Yeah, but it can, but it like basically, like let hello 2 can be like very similar, where I say that this is going to be like let named with a new name. Cannot call macros as functions directly. Hmm. So they say automatically assign unique names based on the lexical scope, right? So the question is, when does the unique name this unique name get generated, right? Just run test. Just triple. Like I had this example, right? Let's have this again. Macro, okay, AST nested scope. Compile AST. I don't even need a macro for that. I can just compile AST. Let x be like I, and then we say print x, right? So if I do this, just run examples. AST with a nested scope, right? This says hi, because like this is just constructing this AST and then converting it back into the code immediately by compiling it, right? But if I say over here a nested scope, let x be like underscore, right? Then this is going to be wrong. This is going to say expected string got type. Yo. Like it doesn't matter. There you go. Like this is still supposed to compile, but it does not compile. All right. And the reason it's not compiling is because it's because like when I say this let x and this let x, both of these generate a new name. Okay, I think wait, hold on. I think I understand. I think I understand, guys. I think what we need to do is to make these two names to be the same name still, right? because like they are all inside the same AST, so like they still can use the same name. They should not be like separate names, right? Like so like but both of these names should only be visible to like to this like AST, right? Does that make sense? So when am I creating a name? Let's see. Compiler, I'm injecting bindings, right? Something something. Inject bindings. I also have this like injection conditional bindings, which should be like different. Instead of add local. I should probably do the same. Let's have function inject binding, self binding, binding, self insert pattern matches impl, binding clone, value binding, binding clone. True. So this would be self inject binding. Thing. Binding pork. I would rather say scope instead of AST. Well, I mean, I am constructing AST. In that example, I am constructing AST. So basically, this AST should have like its own scope, right? This over here is a quote operator, which which converts this code into the AST as a value, which I then give to the compiler to convert it into code, right? Back. Which means that this AST should have its own scope, and this identifier X should be like a unique name, but not both of these should be unique, but like just all the X's inside this should be the same name, but unique to this thing, to the scope of this AST that I'm constructing, right? I think so. Self inject binding. Okay. That's the same. So so then we go, and when we compile a pattern, right? I guess so like what? Like we should have names. Like when I'm compiling something. That's weird. Hold on. Name new. Use. Index definition. So over here, you see how when I'm compiling a pattern and I see a simple identifier, I am constructing a new name. So every single name in every single pattern is the same name, right? But I guess we should use different names. Oh, we should use the same names still. But how do I figure out the name, right? So now I need to know if this name is known or is it not known. And I guess I do that by doing something similar when I'm compiling an expression. I should get with hygiene. And I think that's what I should do, right? I'm not sure. I should say that I should get with hygiene here. And this name might already exist, right? This name might already exist. And if this name already exists, then I should use it. If it doesn't exist, then I should generate a new name. Is that how it should work? Mm -hmm. So if name is not found here, it's like, okay, I should I should be able to get name by name, right? Because see next time, Davinia. I should have an ability to find symbols by names, right? So like the name that I'm generating here. So Lisp call this like symbols, right? We can call this a symbol, which has like ID, but we also have names to them, right? So I should have an ability to find that symbol. When I'm having a pattern. If it does not exist, yeah, okay. So let's see here. Get with hygiene. Interpreter get by name. So maybe I should like have something like get symbol of this name, and this should give me optional not value but optional name of like, and the names could be renamed to symbols. Sure, let's call them symbols. And this is the name of the symbol and the ID of the symbol. Sure. Name. So interpreter should then have lookup symbol with name, and this gives me optional symbol then, right? Self scope lookup simple lookup symbol. Let's go to get impl lookup name. Right, but get impl and should give me optional value and a name, I think. Both name and value, I think. Or I guess symbol should be like returned here, maybe. So if some result is this, then return some result. So locals, when I'm looking up the locals, they should give me both value and symbol and value, maybe. Names. So this would be called symbols. Well, I mean, then I need to have a symbol by ID too. Symbol by name. I mean, sure, let's just have, I guess, ID by name, and by ID I will store both symbol and value, I guess, there. Right. Let symbol and value to be this. Symbol value. By the insert value name value. So I do not need symbols anymore. Self dot self by ID values map symbol value. So get impl now returns on optional reference to symbol and value. Why am I not returning a reference to the value? I don't know. Oh, because it's behind a lock. So I need to clone it, of course. Yeah, so this should return a symbol without the reference. So get cloned. This means that what's wrong here? No method cloned for optional reference to symbol and reference to value. So this means that it should be instead a reference to a tuple. Sure. Let's have this reference to a tuple. Then I don't need to map this, and I just return the value, I guess. It's a little easier. So in this case, I say get no weight, optional symbol and value. Okay. Lookup symbol is going to be get impl map symbol and value. I just get the symbol out of it, right? And then get by ID. This is map symbol value, just value. And this is the same, and this is the same. So this is get symbol, get by name. So I'm getting that stuff. Then I am saying map symbol value. Oh. Sugi boy. Hello there, thank you for the raid. How you doing? How's your stream? What did you do? A Gleam streamer. Ah. Gleam. Do you like Gleam? Are you also one of the developers of Gleam? Or just a user of Gleam? Sounds like Gleam is I mean, maybe Gleam is the new hype. We were talking about like the hyped things before, right? And I think the Zeke hype is over. Maybe it's time for Gleam. I think my issue with Gleam was that they don't have traits, right? They don't have traits. Look at this list.map. They don't have type classes and traits, which is more like OCaml, I guess. And that's also the reason why I stopped using OCaml. Other than that, the language looks nice. Is there a reason why they did not implement traits? Is there any, like... reason? Why Gleam doesn't have traits? Gleam, a functional programming language, currently does not have traits because its design philosophy prioritizes a simpler, more focused type system that relies heavily on ADTs and pattern matching, making traits, which often provide more flexible dynamic type relationships, less necessary for achieving its goals. No traits. It's like a very simple language. Well, simple to learn, yeah. But like the lack of traits makes it an easier language to learn, but I think it makes it a harder language to use, which is why I don't like it. This missing thing. All you need is data and functions. Without this, how do we write functions that are reusable for multiple types? Parametric polymorphism. This is enough to implement unsugared traits. But how do you do parametric polymorphism without having like bounds in the form of traits? By the way, I have my own idea for a language where monadic binding is completely transparent. Interesting. What does that mean? Monadic binding. Like in the monad, there's the bind operator, right? Like completely transparent. What do you mean by completely transparent? Like it is like what does it mean to be transparent? Like instead of using this symbol directly, you like, I don't know. I mean, Rust is as far as I understand, uses monads under the hood. By transparent, you mean what? I don't know. When you're writing a do notation in Haskell, you're also not doing the binding operator manually. That you can call a function that returns a monad. You don't need to know about it. Well, that's why I'm making functions that don't return monads. I think monad is so like in my language, the design is that like monad is basically treating code as value, and I am saying that that is not always useful. What you actually want, because like when you're writing Haskell, you're always inside a do notation, and what you're writing, you're not treating code as value. You're writing effectful code, and that is what I want to focus on. Not to return monads from functions, but to have effectful functions. That's what I'm focusing on. Does that make sense? Which means that I do not need to use do as in Haskell either. It just means that I have effectful functions and the effects are checked. And if I want to convert it to a monad and treat it as value, then that would be a separate thing. And it would be explicit. So I would have like probably like a do operator which converts effectful code into a monad. But like monad on its own, I think is not really useful. Does that make sense, right? Have you tried in Haskell using the libraries which give you algebraic effects, like effectful, for example? That would be more like what I'm trying to do, but like they still work on top of monads, and I'm trying to make the effects basically the core feature instead of having monads as a core feature. Mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. So you have a function that takes an int function. You can call it within a function that has int, maybe int. It's completely valid. The caller then knows that there is a maybe effect, but the function itself doesn't need to know about it. So you're making an effect system. That's what you're making. The function itself still so like these things. It's an idea you haven't started it. I suggest that you look at a language that is called Coca then, which does that, right? So when you're writing a function, to like get prepared some of the examples maybe. Tour of Coca. Effects, effect handlers, effect typing. Like over here, right? We have a map. A map is a function that takes as an argument another function, which takes an argument of type A and returns B. This E over here is the effect of this function f. So as you have pointed out, this effect, concrete effect, does not need to be known to this function map, right? But this effect is going to be propagated and be listed in the result effects of the function map itself, right? Like that's literally the example that you just shown, right? So we are going to map a list of A's into a list of B's. This function that we are doing the mapping with potentially has effects, right? This effect is listed here and it is being propagated. So like it means that the map function has the same effect as the function that we're mapping the list with, if that makes sense to you, right? So this is not working with monas, this is called algebraic effects. And like I said, there are libraries for Haskell that do the same, but yeah, I think Coca does it kind of nice. So I suggest looking into that. I didn't try Coca, just like read the book, I guess, there. Try and understand that maybe. So I have something similar. I just call this system a context system instead of algebraic effects to make it less scary name. Okay, what was I doing? Get it by name. Option value. I guess I'm going to, yeah, I have lookup symbol. Lookup symbol, that's what I'm doing. Without map. Instead of get, I say lookup symbol. So when I'm compiling this, I am saying that I'm going to have to find the, so when I'm compiling an identifier, I need to first convert an identifier, which is just a string, into a symbol, right? So I need to say cast lookup symbol name as string. This requires us to have the hygiene as an argument, right? And then in order to get the value, we get cast dot cast get symbol. Let's do that. Async function get symbol solve symbol optional value. So this would be self interpreter get by ID. We don't need hygiene anymore. Symbol dot ID. Like that, right? Mm. So, and over here, when I'm compiling it to... wait a second. What did I just write? Oh, this thing. This is a pattern. When I'm compiling a pattern, I get in a symbol. So I'm going to make a new binding. I'm going to make a new binding here, but the symbol is going to be the same. I'm not going to make a new symbol. I'm going to use the symbol. Right? And symbol, if it was not available before, then I'm going to create a new one, right? I'm going to say unwrap or else symbol new with the name, right? Like that. So bindings should have symbols, not names. Okay, and then when I'm compiling an expression, I need to find a symbol, right? So symbol is kast dot lookup symbol of name and what's name and data hygiene await or else name is not found, and then I say value is kast. Wait, lookup symbol has 3 O's apparently, right? Kast dot get symbol. I mean, it should be like, okay, whatever. Get symbol await unwrap. I'm pretty sure this one can be unwrapped now. And it's literally me doing the same stuff twice, actually. Okay, does this work? I guess it didn't work. Just for Apple. Okay, so it's something that I compiled that did not work. Interesting projects. Yeah, thanks. Hopefully I get this hygiene stuff because I don't know if I didn't expect that part to be hard. AST got T not inferred. Hygiene is important. Yes, it is indeed. stdlib 17. stdlib 17. F. You're saying that F is not found, or what? Mm, mm, mm. All right. I don't know what I did. I guess again. Ken Shower if you want to give you the greatest coder. Maybe that's why I'm failing here. Okay, I see. So over here, when I say let f, right, be f, this over here initializes. This is a pattern, right? I'm trying to look up symbol of the name f in this scope. The symbol is known to be this f, which is the argument to the macro. They're supposed to be different things. What's the problem right now? So basically at compilation time, it thinks that this f is basically this f. This is type AST, right? Which is why it's complaining that I'm trying to call a function, right? So this is the f is expected to be a function, but it actually is AST, right? That's why I'm having this issue here, because this f and this f are different f's. Why is this so hard? So the reason it is the same f is because I was compiling a pattern. Compilable for pattern. I'm trying to look up symbol. This symbol exists, which is why I'm using the same symbol as I was using before. All right. Should I always make a new symbol? Okay, but maybe okay. Maybe bindings should have like both a symbol. Like another ID in addition. Is that replacing strings with symbols? I did have like an ID here for some reason. Lookup symbol. So the difference between the previous implementation and that one is that I was making a new symbol with that name all the time, right? So if I do this, then I have an unwrap on non-value. Wait, what? Compiler 247. 247. So I look up symbol. It gives me the symbol, but then I get the value of that symbol and it is not doing it. You have invented a cool joke, but it's a bit offensive. But fuck it, it's a cool one for 30 plus. Permission to share? I mean, it's if it is within the Twitch TOS, then I guess. Otherwise, we will have to ban you. Never heard a good continuation after someone said it's a bit offensive. Axolotl, hello. Now I'm scared to read what you're going to write. How is that possible? Because it was in a different scope, that's why. Yeah, that was in a different scope, okay. So I'm looking at the symbol. The symbol exists in a different scope. Okay, so I guess okay. Let's have lookup name with hygiene, and this is going to give me a symbol and name value. You know, interpreter dot get lookup lookup. Symbol and value. Do the same without the mapping. Down. A lookup. Symbol value. Fine, fine, fine. Fine, fine, fine. Just 2 plus 2. What am I trying to do? Has that worked? Make a new account to say it? But now we know who's going to say it. It doesn't work like that. Symbol X is not found. Okay. So it's the same. Still is the same. Nerdsel is always in the mood. Always in the mood to ban someone. Let symbol value be this. Oh my god. I'm going in circles and doing no progress. So I should I'm making these symbols, right? Right. Let's take a look at hygiene. And where is it used again? Maybe I'm using it now in a different place, because if I have the things, insert pattern matches impl. Like, this is no longer necessary because I'm inserting the pattern matches by the symbol, right? And not by the thing, which means that I no longer need to have separate scopes when I'm inserting pattern match impulse, right? Is that so? So like compiling is false. That's what I should do. Let's see if this is going to work. Well, all the tests are failing. Is that a good sign? Probably not. Insert pattern matches impl. Did you generate some initial code based on grammar? What do you mean? No, I don't have a grammar file. I mean, no, I have a parser. Or I don't know. I don't know what's the question is about. What is the initial code that I would generate? Like for Lexer and parser? Lexer is fixed. So Lexer is not extensible right now. I might think about changing that later. We'll see. The parser is a generic parser which works with dynamic grammar, if that makes sense. It's a generic, like I can give it grammar at runtime and it's going to parse it. So it does not need to generate any code. And also while parsing some code, it can inject new syntax definitions and a new grammar into the current thing, right? You looked at the website in the very end. It says that syntax. I guess I should say that syntax is extensible. It says dynamic, but it says extensible syntax. You can define syntax in the language itself, and like once you define, you can use it like later. So the parser is able to parse. The only thing that is built into the parser is the syntax for defining new syntax. That makes sense. And then it's just like parsing it, parsing new syntax definitions, and parsing further using the syntax definitions that I have given it. Is the new syntax only available within a scope? Yes. We literally have this example that I was showing earlier today, where we have a scoped syntax. Over here, this thing. So we have a syntax for which is calling two functions. In this case, this syntax is calling A then B, and in this case, it's calling B then A. The knowledge of compilers is outdated. I don't know. I did not base it on any existing knowledge. I'm just trying to do it without knowing anything about compilers. I did not read the books. Yeah. And then the standard library is done like this. Look at this. This is the standard library, right? So I say that the syntax, I am literally importing the syntax here, right? And then this over here, I'm implementing the syntax. So in order for the syntax to turn into actual code, this should be done with a macro. So like a macro then is like a function, compile time function that converts the code that you give as a that you give to like the concrete syntax definition is like converting it into something like a Lisp, but with named arguments basically. And then like I can convert it into some other AST similar to Lisp macros, right? And then it's compiling recursively until some built-in macro converts that into a code. Actually, so like there are built-in macros that are converting ASTs into intermediate representation, and then user-defined macros convert AST into AST, which is then like parsed recursively. And I'm struggling today, and I was struggling before. Hopefully I will figure it out soon. The hygiene of the macros, if you know what that is. Hygiene is important, and it's hard. So I broke everything again. Why did I break everything again? Let's see, just REPL. For 6 months in advance? Huh? Yo, thanks. Ungrateful. Expected AST. So it still is the same thing. The pipe left is not working correctly. I think it is because I'm inserting pattern match impulse. Should I like insert them into both scopes? Like there's like two things. Like I'm trying to treat these things as the same stuff, right? I have like evaluation scopes, and then I have like lexical scopes, which are supposed to be used only for resolving symbols, I guess. And I should like split them, right? Right now I'm treating them as the same thing, right? But I should actually split them, right? So I have scopes which has like both symbols and values inside, but I should have those two things as different things, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For hygiene, yes. Like for support for GenSim or something else. So yeah, for hygiene, yeah, that's what I'm trying to solve. I'm trying to solve hygiene, right? So we can make GenSim, but I think GenSim is too verbose. So we want like proper hygiene instead. I can like I can generate symbols though, sure, yeah. Which would mean that I would need to have values. I would need to have symbols as values. So maybe we should have that. Sure. Let's add symbols as values. Symbol. Symbol. Yeah, I can show you again what I'm what we have already and what like does not work. I guess I will for now then. Comment this line. Let's travel. Let me show you. Guess since you joined recently, maybe. But I'm making symbols. Okay, hold on. Let me make symbols first. Symbols are not that hard to do. The type of symbol is a symbol type, so I need to have symbol types too. Symbol is symbol. Yeah, so like we can literally make the gen sim. Then like we can prove that it can work with just like common Lisp with gen sims, right? I guess. Have you made your own language? Have you made a language with hygienic macros? I don't know why I haven't like. It's hard. No. 12 years or so, yeah. Separate namespace for symbols. So like by namespace you have like saying scopes, right? Because it's not just one namespace, because they are like nested, right? Yeah, right. Like right now, I have these scopes which like have symbols. I currently like have like fake values which are similar to symbols, kind of, but a little different, I guess. Hmm. But yeah, I'm right now thinking of doing a separate scope, which is just going to store symbols instead of storing like the value of that symbol there, right? Yeah, probably will do that. Wait, how is that different from the previous? Oh, because this one is so short. Okay, sure. Substitute bindings, type shape, symbol. Okay. Maybe we should insert it into the native stuff. Insert type. Did you make your language like just make a Lisp? I guess that's symbol, type shape, symbol. Okay. Okay, let's actually have a an actual function then, since I'm doing this anyway, that is going to generate a new symbol. So that's called gensim, right? Sure, let's have a gensim. It is a scheme compiler. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Let's literally have gensim. Gensim. So gensim is a function with an argument of type string. So I will have my my symbols named still for like debugging purposes. So it's going to be a function from string into a symbol, right? That's what I want. So it's a function that takes a name, which must be a string. and then I say value symbol new name, like this. Okay, let's go into REPL. So once again, we have like we don't have a Lisp, but it's kind of similar. So we have the ability to construct AST by quoting code, right? So the quote operator, like in Lisp, like this, 2 plus 2, is giving me the AST. Here's what my AST is looking like. It has names and it has arguments. Instead of just being a Lisp, I'm naming things, right? It's the only difference from Lisp. So here's my AST, right? And then I can also unquote. So you unquote in Lisp by using a comma, I think, right? And in our case, we use a $x, which needs to be existing in this scope, right? So if I say that x is like I don't know, another AST, right? Like 3 plus 4, right? Then the result of me quoting x plus 2 is this thing. Right? And then macros are functions that at compile time operate on ASTs, basically. Right? So we want to have the new symbols. I made this function. So like we have a native function called gensim, right? A string into symbol. If I call this function with saying hello, it's going to create me a symbol named hello, right? So the way I can do these macros, it's like attribute weak for stuff, or what? What's attribute weak? That's from C++. Attribute weak function allows you to define a function or variable as weak. This means that if a strong definition is found, it will be used instead of a weak one. Oh, it's like a default implementation. It's like, is that what it is? So, and then like it's trying to find a strong one at link time. Is that what it's working? Yeah, okay. So it's kind of like specialization, but at like at a linker level. Something, no? I don't know, maybe. No, we're doing different things here. We want to generate code. That's what we're trying to do, right? So we have like examples of macros, right? I also can like convert code into the thing by saying native. No, by saying like compile AST and then say like let hello be like hello, right? So this is constructing the AST and then immediately converting it back into code. And then if I say after that what hello is, this is going to say that hello is not found. And the reason it's not found because this and this is a different symbol. So like this is kind of working, but not exactly for me right now. Right? So if you do it with a Lisp, you could, before like constructing this AST, you could like over here generate. So before generating this AST, I can say that hello is actually a gen sim of like hello, right? Like this. And that would be like the same, I guess. Expected AST got symbol. Native. While evaluating native expression, 127, 142. Hello, this is supposed to be AST. Oh, okay. So wait, hold on. So, but this means that the thing that I am putting into can be a symbol. Wait, does it mean that a symbol that I'm generating is supposed to be an AST? Symbols can be used as ASTs then, right? For that to work? Hmm. Because like a symbol and an AST are different types, and right now when I'm interpolating, when I'm unquoting this thing must be an AST. So I have the type error. Um, but yeah, I guess like symbols being AST makes sense. Or maybe I should be like, maybe I should have like maybe this should be like at runtime something. I'm constructing AST anyway. So I should have like so in my AST trees I can have like symbols now, which is a new thing. All right. I'm not sure which one should I focus on right now. Trying to like make the symbols to be usable in ASTs, or trying to make actually like this without gensim but actually normal hygienic macros instead. So this one does not work correctly, but like we have other examples that don't work. Cargo test. I think right now only the mutual stuff doesn't work. Mutual recursion. Yep. Run examples AST nested scope. This example does not work. AST nested scope. So I have the let x be high and then lex be yo, and then I'm printing x. So right now this is resolved incorrectly. This is resolving this x to be the same symbol as this one, but different than this one. But like yeah. Okay, let's think something. So we want to have separate scopes for symbols, right? So right now, once again, we are saying hygiene. If something is at the definite, like if I want to resolve the symbol, that I need to know what is the definition site. So that is the definition site, and this is the scope that is going to have the symbol in it, right? Right. What I'm doing looking up. This is giving me both symbols and values. Based on this, look up. And then we have insert pattern matches. So these are the two things that are most important. These are the ones that are using hygiene, right? So so instead of inserting the actual value into the scope, I should only insert the symbol into the lexical scope. But the value should be inserted into the normal scope, right? I don't know. I think I'm getting tired again. This is difficult. I think I might just need to rest and like try to think about it from scratch at some point. We're making progress, but like I don't know. Let me just say symbols. I also will I will write this test so that like this is supposed to work, right? This is supposed to compile, but and run, but right now it's not doing it. So let's write a test for this one. It's going to be test AST nested scope. Nested scope. So the output of that example, the output of this example should be high, right? Because it's this x and not that x. Okay, so high. But obviously it's not going to work right now, right? I have two examples that are failing, the nested scope and mutual recursion. By fixing the hygiene, both of these should work again. All right, I think I'm going to go rest. You help me with something real quick. I'm pulling my hair out. Magician. Hello. What is it? You need help pulling your hair out? If only somebody helped me with like implementing this shit. All right. My DM. I just need to reset and start thinking about it again. All right. What was your question? Because I'm about to stop the stream as quickly, or it's going to be too late. If I have a bash script, variable x is 0, and I have a text.txt file with a value written into it, how do I make the value of variable x equal to the content of text.txt? In bash, you say something like variable x is 0, right? So this is my variable x. I'm using Zesh, but it's the same thing, right? So like variable x is 0 right now, right? And then we can say variable x is equal to, and over here you can use $sign and evaluate some code here. And so in order to like read the file, you use the cat, right? So cat text.txt, or like let's say that I'm going to read readme.txt. So my variable x is now equal to the contents of the readme txt. Does that answer your question? You need to execute a you can like execute any code, any bash code inside this $sign. So and you need to in order to read file, you need to run a program that writes the contents of the file basically. So that's cat. You know how to do it in batch too, like batch is in Windows batch or Windows. It was something similar, but I cannot. You can look it up. You know how to use Google? No. It's something similar. I'm not going to look it up myself. I don't remember. All right, let's go somewhere. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to rest. Anyone making a language? No. All right. Go for toggle bit then maybe. There Rust.
The era of the AI PC, powered by the world's most advanced processor of its kind. Images come to life in an.
Can you read chat, please?
I'm reading chat. Oh yeah, the reason I made PPR because I wanted to let syntax be identifier. Yeah. So I'm using the raw identifier in my standard library. Yeah, it would be a nice feature, like, but I don't know. Like, are you actually using my code as a library? I just like, I don't know. I feel like it still is. I mean, the AST parsing is not like changing much anymore. I guess it's kind of stable. So yeah. But I wouldn't want to have any like guarantees to other people yet about anything else. For sure. Anyway, see you guys next time. Bye.